Hello, everyone, and welcome to a episode of Yes, Please. This episode takes place very soon after the end of episode 44, I believe. And today we are kind of focusing on Louie and Xander and whatever antics may appear in this very strange Prinia temple in a place called Prinia's Reach. Now, currently, we are following Xander quite late at night currently. Most of the party has gone to sleep or is existing, not talking to their stone child girlfriends. Yes.
Yeah.
Who knows where Stavik goes at night? I don't want to know.
Yeah, me neither.
But, Xander, the floor is yours.
Okay. So Xander is currently kneeling with his legs folded under him in the center of this small prayer room to the north. And he's got his eyes closed, and every few moments he kind of murmurs a few words under his breath. After maybe 30 or so minutes pass, he finally opens his eyes, nods to himself, and gets to his feet. He's gonna make his way out of the prayer room and take a look at this massive congregation hall where we all fought those burning souls before. And Xander's just gonna take the space in, listen to the quiet creaks every once in a while, cast his eyes to the metal suits that had once borne righteous soldiers, righteous paladins, an inquisitor, and then later on burned with unquenchable flames of duty, of passion, of promises made, and vows that were broken and twisted. And he's going to make his way to each one of them in turn, kneeling down in front of it and pressing his forehead to the metal, now cool. And he's going to murmur under his breath ancient words, and he'll deliver a single kiss to each suit of armor before standing up once again and making his way to the stage or the altar where Prenia's holy symbol once glowed so radiantly. He traces his hand over the grooves in the stone that used to once glow with her magic. And then he'll make his way over to Miriam's room, cracking it open and stepping inside.
It happens to be currently empty other than the objects that are in said room.
Great. Xander will close the door behind him and step over to the bed in the corner. And he's going to kneel down in front of it and rest his elbows on top of it and just lie there with his head in the sheets, taking in some deep breaths and reflecting on everything that he's learned, everything that he is, everything that he's experienced in these once hallowed halls. And then he will rise and exit the temple through the door that connects directly to the outside.
Xander, when you open the door, you see Louie kind of cornered in between the main building and this side room. And to the right of him, it appears that he's made or pushed a mound of snow up against the wall. And he's currently leaning against it, as you can see him smoking tobacco rolled up, just staring up at the sky.
Xander will step out.
Good evening.
Good evening, Louie. You enjoying your smoke out here?
Louie will take one little drag of it and immediately put it out in the snow next to him. And he turns his head away when he blows the smoke out so that it's not really near Xander.
Sure.
Well, yeah. I just guess I wanted to think, and it was quiet and everyone went to bed, so it was nice. It's not really like we're in many situations where we're all far enough apart where I don't have to worry about anything happening at night, and we're not in a town, so it's not like I have to worry about a murder appearing out of nowhere. I haven't really been able to just take a moment, it seems, sometimes.
Well, I'm glad that you were able to take a moment then, but there is no need to stop your smoking because of me.
I mean, you told me a long time ago that you are very careful about what you put into your body, and one of the last things that I want to do is put something in you that you don't want, I guess, is what I'm trying to say in a very non-eloquent way.
I do appreciate that, Louie, and that is true. Though I imagine what I currently have in my body is far worse than anything that you could put inside.
Does this mean you like my cooking?
I wasn't referring to your food, though I do appreciate your cooking.
So what's going on, actually? Sorry to make a joke. I guess I've gotten used to the others since they don't take things seriously.
That is quite true, though we'll have plenty of time to discuss this particular subject later tonight. So perhaps we should start with lighter subjects.
Do you want to go inside, or are you okay out here? I'd say I'd heat up a seat for you, but fire's out of commission right now.
Yes, that is quite fortunate, I would say, but temperature does not affect me currently, so...
You said that?
Mm-hmm. I am quite all right out here in the cold, as it were.
Well, Louie will pat the ground near Xander's feet. Take a seat, then.
Xander will kneel down with his legs folded beneath him, illegally.
I mean, Louie's not sitting crisscross applesauce. His legs are kind of draped slightly down the stairs. He's sitting kind of at a diagonal from where he is in the corner. Mm-hmm. When you sit down, he moves forward and scoops some more snow on his little arm therapy mound he makeshifted.
Yeah.
The snow's melting probably a lot faster than most people would anticipate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about Xander's opinion.
Sure.
And he kind of moves his body slightly so that it's a bit more facing Xander, and he just looks over at him.
How are you feeling, Louie?
I'm in a bit of pain. Nothing I can't handle, of course. It's pain. It's what happens.
Yes.
Not even the worst, so it's okay.
I don't know if that makes it okay, but I am glad that it's not the worst pain that you've experienced at the very least.
I mean, that's true. I'm not really sure which one was worse, the physical or the more emotional part of what happened back then, to be honest.
Well, physical wounds can heal over time, though sometimes they don't heal cleanly. I find that emotional wounds tend to heal incorrectly in almost all cases. So,
I believe it. Yeah. I agree.
sorry about that, Louie.
Why? You didn't do this to me.
No, but I'm sorry that it happened nonetheless, and I'm sorry that nobody came when you needed them.
You can see him kind of take a fluttered breath in. It's not quite smooth going in at all. But it looks like he's understanding what's being said to him.
That last one may partially be my fault. In part.
I still found you.
I suppose you did, though you did try to leave almost immediately.
I didn't know you were a star.
Well, I suppose appearances can be deceiving.
And you couldn't say.
That is also true.
It was 3 years ago, wasn't it?
Yes. What's going on in that mind of yours, Louie?
A bit before I lost all hope and was doing my final attempt to contact the only god that I knew existed and knew probably wouldn't answer. 3 years ago, there was a shooting star I saw.
Huh.
And it was right under my tree where I was witnessing it, where I went to pray every night. And it was one of the most spectacular things I think I've ever seen in the sky. And I made a wish. I said it out loud. Usually I only whispered my prayers, but that one felt like I had to, like I should, like I depended on it. Silly as that is.
I don't think it's silly at all, Louie. I hesitate to ask, but did your wish come true?
Louie adjusts in the snow again. He brings some more to his arm, kind of packs it against it, readjusts to get comfortable. Well, in some ways, yes. But the most uncanny thing about the whole phenomenon was because it didn't happen right away. I had this innate belief that that star, for some reason, was actually a person. And that if they couldn't find me, that I needed to find them.
I see. That makes sense.
I asked it to send someone to save me. I don't think it worked out that way once it crossed the horizon and the sky was calm again. Though I will say it was like seeing the ocean ripple for the first time, and yet it was a tear above. It was quite elegant, really. But no, I don't think the thing I wished for was granted by the star, but it was instinct or something that made me believe that for all those years. And I guess I had a hope when I was finally free. That I'd find you.
Well, I'm sorry that it took so long, but
Louie leans over and places his hand on Xander's hand. I'm sorry I took so long.
you have nothing to apologize for, Louie.
I was still late.
I imagine that I, of all people, have no room to judge anyone for being late.
Well, I have a feeling that it wasn't either of our faults for lateness.
That is true, though maybe it was the strength and intensity of your wish that pulled me off course and ended up leaving me crashing on this mountain.
You see Louie actually look very concerned by that concept, and he withdraws his hand.
That was a joke. That was clearly very poorly timed.
Sorry, I just... You know. Whole God's situation.
Yeah, of course.
One would believe at this point in their life that they're probably cursed.
One would indeed believe that. However, I do not actually believe that that is the case for you, Louie.
Somehow worse.
I can understand that. For every blessing is a curse, and every curse is a blessing.
Louie
Xander looks down at his lap.
was looking up at the sky, just kind of... You could see his eyes flicking in between stars, connecting constellations just from observing them. When Xander... Just at the ever so slightest shift, you can see his eyes flick over at you. What is it?
I'm just thinking about your words from earlier today about how we should clear the air and how much there is clear.
You can say as much or as little as you want. I'm not going to badger you about it. I just... Only thing I'm... No, that's not quite right. I'm mostly just worried that so much just happened that compartmentalizing all of it may be rough.
For me or for you?
For you. This is painful. Not in the physical sense. I had to see my best friend experience a lot today, and I'm worried about him.
That warms my heart, Louie. But today was nothing in the grand scheme of things. Just a single, solitary blip.
Louie kind of curls his legs off from hanging off the stairs and kind of does that side hip sitting position where you lean on one arm.
Yeah.
And he just watches Xander.
This was, like I said, in the grand scheme of things, little more than a detour. And like Miriam said, soon I will be feeling so much more. Kind of lapses into silence as he looks into the distance. It's a strange feeling.
Is it?
Yes.
Describe it.
Loved them all so dearly. Even when they refused to meet my eyes, refused to speak to me, even when they shot me looks full of fear, disdain, jealousy. Even in those moments, I loved them all so dearly. And I blamed myself this entire time for not being able to save them when it mattered, for being too slow to do something about it, even though now I know that it was never going to turn out another way, that this was the way the board was set. That was the hand that I had been dealt. The scenario that had already been written before I even opened my eyes in Prenia's reach. And for every day, for every moment since I left this place 3 years ago, I have carried every single one of them within me. I have not been alone. I have never, for a single moment of my existence, been alone. And I suppose I've never known quiet on Atron. So it's a strange feeling for them to be gone.
Louie doesn't say anything. You do hear him shifting in the snow slightly, and then you just feel his side, his arm, rest against you. And then a moment passes, and his head rests against Xander's shoulder.
In all my joy, in all my suffering, they were there. And of course, I knew that there would come a time where this chapter would come to a close and they would need to return to the place where all things go. But it seemed like just yesterday when we were traveling along that place in between, far below the earth, where I heard her speaking to me, saying, "We are with you," and feeling like it was a statement of permanence. We are with you. We will always be with you.
You know, for someone who claims to worship Prinia, it sounds pretty light-like.
Well, she was never one for the common traditions.
That I have registered over the time that I have spent with you. But I do not know
No,
the extent.
she revered and respected something far more primal, far more instinctual, far more ancient.
You can see Louie kind of turn his head. He's staying, but he turns his head to look in towards the main temple area, the windows having plenty of space to look through them. And then his head shifts back to a more comfortable resting position. What was it?
It was Prenia, actually, but not a facet of Prenia that exists in the modern day as far as the church would accept or understand.
Not that you're supposed to ask this ever, but how old was she?
I suppose that is a difficult question to answer because she held a power over life itself. And had she wanted to, I'm sure she could extend her life far longer than it would naturally run.
I see.
That said, the knowledge she possessed was ancient. Some of it went back to before the advent of writing. She was the most knowledgeable person I'd ever known. And she taught me almost everything that I knew. She was a librarian.
Well, I had to wonder at some point.
Yes. She was not just a librarian, though. She was the library, too.
That makes sense.
Yeah. The living library, she called.
Little hoity-toity.
It's true. Before the advent of writing, the knowledge of ancient secrets, rituals, things that should not be written down, things that would be dangerous if they fell into the wrong hands, passed down generation by generation, from person to person, from mentor to apprentice. She had said that normally such living libraries lived in isolation because of the nature of the secrets they contained. Things that, when the time came, the world needed, but that the world did not need to know about until the time was right. But she said that her path was significantly different than her own master's. It was unthinkable for someone like her to start a church, to be around groups of people, teaching them about Prenia, about love, about the world. Ordinarily, she would be wandering in search of the forbidden, in search of mysteries, in search of secrets. But she had a very particular role to play, and so she found her way here. This temple, like I said, is far older than Burgos, and she was the one who consecrated it in Prenia's name. I did not ask why she chose this remote place, but after the events of today, I think I understand that the board had been set a long time before. And she was simply making the moves that she felt were right and that she felt were necessary to bring about the future that she envisioned.
I don't know if I can fully fathom what one such as that would be thinking all this time.
Neither can I, which is funny, I suppose, given that until she began to fade away, she'd been with me the entire time. But like she said, everything must be earned.
Well, I suppose you have to make all your decisions on your own now. Well, for the most part. Except for when you accept some tentative peer review, which can be easily ignored.
That is true, though. I am never truly alone, Louie.
Go on.
I thought that it was because I was a living library too, because she had made me one. But I suppose that wasn't truly the case. I was always one. It was how I was made. But I suppose it did make a very convenient explanation for everything back then, before she was willing to let me know where I came from and what I had to do.
Why did she keep that from you?
That is a great question, Louie. Bastion, some time ago, said that she was protecting me. He didn't have the full version of the events, but based on what I had told him very briefly about waking up under my circumstances, he said that maybe they were keeping me safe. And maybe she was.
At least their version of the story.
Yes. At least their version of the story. But I suppose I must be grateful. As Stavik said, I was lucky to
You can
all in
feel
here.
Louie's body tense just from hearing that.
Yes.
Well, we both know I tend to not agree with him.
That does seem to be the case, Louie. But I suppose in answer to your question, Louie, I too am a living library, but kind of librarian I am is different than Detmer.
Mm-hmm.
There are some similarities, I suppose, but what were his words again? Your way is less convenient, or maybe more convenient, depends on your perspective. I suppose a more simple term for what I am is a shaman.
You see, or rather probably feel more so, Louie just tilts his head in consideration. Kenny's cheering on the inside.
Yeah.
Kenny got it right a while ago then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes. But Louie doesn't know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
You can definitely feel the more curious kind of posture that he's making, tilting his chin up slightly, considering the words, a slight movement to see if he can move the words elsewhere to figure out what they mean. And in that silence, he plucks his head up from Xander's shoulder, kind of moves away enough just so he can face Xander a bit more again, his body shifting more towards his knees, more forward towards Xander. I'm not trying to make this a bad thing where you give me information and I'm a dick about it on accident. I just don't actually know what that means.
I suppose it is a confusing word because those who follow shamanic practices often do not write down their knowledge. In that way, I suppose it is only fitting that I be found by a living library such as Miriam, who did not believe in writing down the knowledge that she contained and amassed. I believe the root of the word shaman is knowledge, to know. So I suppose a simple translation of shaman is one who knows. But traditionally, a shaman is someone who interfaces with the unseen, with spirits, with the world behind the veil. They peer through it and know what is to be known in that way. You see, necromancy. How would you define that, Louie?
Okay. I'm not sure I actually have a more textual definition, but rather a feeling on it, if you do not mind.
Of course.
What I've observed in necromancy is I believe it touches essence. And in turn requests it to either work for you or bend to your will. Now, essence is a bit of a vague word, but I suppose you could say maybe it's somewhere in between life and death. And maybe it's both.
Yes. That is an excellent definition, Louis, as expected from you. When people think of necromancers, they imagine arcane practitioners summoning armies of the undead, pulling them up from graves and commanding them to do their will, but
Oh, something like that actually happened in Proto. Sorry, you were talking.
you're right. Something like that did happen in Proto.
It was before I was born.
Yes, I imagine a little bit before that.
Yeah.
But necromancy, at least the word, comes from death and divination, actually.
Hmm.
The purest form of necromancy is communicating, commingling with the dead for knowledge, not necessarily power. And so the shaman are, throughout the various traditions that exist on this world and beyond, I suppose the first of the mortal necromancers.
Hmm.
But I suppose that I'm not an ordinary shaman.
Louis shrugs. I mean, I don't think any person who chooses to go out in the world on their own is normally defined as normal.
That is fair.
What did I call you when we first met? Just
You
like
called me a
everyone
lot of
else?
things.
A weirdo?
I believe you called me girly before that, actually.
I do not get to live that one down, apparently, it seems.
Nope. No, you do not, Louie.
I didn't anticipate us ever talking again after that moment.
Interesting. I did.
I know.
But yes, I commune with spirits and with the essence of things, I suppose you could say. But to go back to what I was getting at before with the normal shaman talk,
Okay.
I don't simply commune with them. I carry them with me. So I am never alone. Every single life that we have come into contact with since we first met, that met an untimely death, every single one of them, from Tessa onward, is with me.
Louie's sitting there, and as you were talking, you could see his head tilt, and his eyes do this sort of thing where he was making direct eye contact with you. And his eyes are still in the direction of yours, but he's looking past you at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just listening. I understand. Does it get noisy?
I
Or maybe that's normal.
suppose I would not classify it as noisy because it is never quiet.
Funny.
Yes. Though I suppose today it had quieted down significantly. Though I spoke of them being gone, they're not. Part of them will always live on in me, as a part of me will always live on in them.
Louie again reaches out and just gently places his hand on Xander's knee. Just not even a tap tap, but more as just laying his fingers down in a rhythm very softly.
That is why I think it would be difficult. Perhaps. I wouldn't say impossible, because very few things are truly impossible, but that is why it is difficult for me to teach you how to use my magic. If I were like Miriam, perhaps I could make you my apprentice and pass on the wisdom that I contain to you. But like I said,
It's okay.
Yeah. I am glad, though, that I don't have to share this burden with you.
I suppose it's noisy in here enough.
That is true. Besides, some of the requirements I imagine you would not be particularly well suited to, though.
Is it the
We can
throwing up blood, or it coming out of your eyes, or the stomach twisting part.
I don't think that those are traditionally elements of most shamanic practice.
Well, that's good. I would be
Yes.
concerned, but also realistic in why I haven't met one before.
Yes. I imagine that we are rare, but no. What I am referring to is, I suppose, another secret of my practice that is particular to the circumstances of how and why I was made, rather than shamanism itself. Though I suppose I am a shaman because of what I am, and I am what I am because I am a shaman. So those two cannot be so simply pulled apart, for they're intertwined.
Just
One
Xander.
day, I suppose. One day, I imagine I'll tell you about the particular, the minutia, how it actually works. But
Darn, and here I was trying to steal all of your secrets, Xander.
well, that's unfortunate because that is a secret I imagine you, of all people, would have a very hard time making use of.
He looks off to the side for a moment and then back at Xander. It's not about making use.
Oh, you want my secrets for another reason?
Well, I did say I wanted to know everything about you.
I suppose you did say that, which does pose a lot of follow-up philosophical questions.
A very Xander response.
Yes. For example, if I am no longer the person that you know things about, but you don't know that I'm no longer that same person, then does that mean that by knowing more of me, you actually now know less because I am no longer the me that you thought you knew?
Yes and no.
I somehow knew you were going to say that, and I didn't even need to look into the future for that one. Perhaps I'm getting stronger.
Perhaps we're just good friends.
I think that's a relatively good bet.
Good. I used to be decent at that.
I imagine that to be the case. Do you have any questions about any of the things that I've said or anything that you've seen today?
You have a form of affection towards that woman. Am I right to say this is a fact?
Yes.
But she's the one that taught you that love is a tool. Am I also correct in that?
I suppose she did teach me that love could be used as a means to an end, yeah.
You once told me that the way I described how I only knew of how love worked in actuality in comparison to written form, was very similar to your own feelings about it. That's correct?
Before or... Could you restate the question one more time, Louie?
Did you mean it when you said that the explanation I gave on love was similar to how you felt about it?
Love as you understood it from your personal experiences?
Louis nods. Which I'm willing to remind. It has been a month and a half since then.
Yes. No need to remind, Louie. I do not forget conversations such as that. I was taught about love in a very particular way, and I was taught knowledge above all else was important. That was the end goal, and that for the purposes of knowledge and fulfilling my role, anything should be done, even if that involved using love. So I suppose, in a roundabout answer to your question, yes, my understanding of love beforehand was similar to how you understood it from your experiences. Though I will say that I don't believe that love itself can be used as a weapon to harm in the way that we're discussing. I think it can be a weapon, and often is a weapon, but I think that a weapon does not necessarily harm.
What is a weapon's purpose?
I suppose I would have to ask the weapon.
What if the weapon doesn't know what its purpose is?
Then doesn't that mean the weapon's purpose is malleable?
Guess we'd have to ask the weapon.
I suppose so. I would imagine that the weapon's purpose under those circumstances would be to discover its purpose. perhaps the purpose it discovered would be that there is no purpose.
Perhaps.
But I imagine it would depend on the weapon. But to return to the conversation about love, I have a lot of love and fondness for Miriam and her teachings, though I am not Prunian, and I do not share in her particular zealous interpretation of her faith, though I do believe in many of the truths and ideas that she espoused to the flock. I do believe love is important. And I do believe she meant it when she said that all she had ever done had been for love. But I think love can be different thing to different people. It can have many meaning. It can ebb and flow like the tides. It can change from one form to another. Yeah.
You see Louie sit there, and then as you're speaking, he starts to nod his thumb where his hand that was resting on Xander starts to tap at more of a rhythm, a thinking rhythm, really. And then he removes his hand and he sits up a little bit straighter. And then he turns and takes out his journal and starts scribbling in it very quickly, to be honest. And even still, his handwriting is still fairly immaculate, but this is probably the messiest you've ever seen him write, which is, it's not that messy, but for him it is.
A spark of inspiration for your song?
Yes and no. That, yes, but I have a new story.
Interesting.
Thank you.
There is no need to thank me, Louie.
Fine. I'm gonna make you a great fucking story.
All right. Though I imagine you already made me quite a great story the first time.
What do you mean?
It wasn't for me, I imagine, but the story of the hero.
I guess you were in it.
I guess I was in it, in a sense. You never did tell me exactly what it meant to you.
My story?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, writers take things from experiences in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
That's no secret. And any writer who pretends as though nothing in their story has anything to do with them is probably a cocksucking liar. But it was a story about how I met Gemins, actually.
I thought so.
And how he assisted me in killing my wife. Which, notably, not exactly the nicest thing to use to write a children's story. I know.
I don't know that that's the case necessarily. I find that a lot of children's stories tend to discuss certain adult themes in ways that are easy to understand for a young mind.
I've been stuck on the prequel a little bit.
Oh, yes? Why is that?
I think those things are a bit harder to write for me. Even if it's not even in the literal sense.
That makes sense.
Though, eventually, I'll finish the story of the caterpillar.
I imagine you will. I knew a caterpillar once.
Go on.
He lived inside a vast temple, the top of a very snowy, despite the cold, despite the elements, he found himself thriving in the burial room. He was a small thing, full of energy, full of life, very, very hungry. A friendly thing. Friendly, but so dangerous. For he was covered in fine barbs. And these barbs were full of a potent toxin. So strong that the slightest of brushes would immediately end the life of any who tried to touch him. And so, those around were in the habit of giving warning. Stay back. Be careful. It's dangerous. One touch could kill you. And so, the caterpillar had to grow without much in the way of communication, friendship. But grow it did, and there were plants that were left to it. And so it ate, and it ate, and it ate, for that was really all that it could do. And then, one day, crawled onto the leaf of one of those plants that it loved so much, but that it had to eat and destroy in order to live. And it crafted for itself the most splendid of cocoons. And after all that eating, all that time spent shying away from others, being warned against, being left to its own devices, it felt tired of the world. It wanted nothing more than to rest. And so, in that cocoon, it closed its eye to sleep. Only it didn't dream. For the kind of sleep that it fell into was something else. Chasm. An endless chasm that it fell into as its organs liquefied, as its body turned to goo, and it was destroyed from the inside. The strange thing, as the caterpillar embraced this sleep that it had wanted so badly, was that even after that, even after everything was gone, and it was no longer what it was before, it still wanted to live. And so it changed itself, turned about this way and that, its tiny, tiny organs reforming and reshaping themselves. And then one day, the cocoon broke, and out from said cocoon flew a moth. A gentle creature, beautiful creature, attracted to the flames, to the heat, to the warmth, to the light. A creature that no longer had barbs, but no longer looked the way that it once had. And even though it was beautiful, it was somehow still something to be feared. And even when it found love, it found something lacking in the experience. For what needed to be loved, what needed to be touched, was the caterpillar with the barbs, and not the moth that it had grown into. No matter how gentle the touch, how gentle the caress, it would never be that spined body that ached. It would always be the soft, downy surface of the moth's body. Would it have to live that way forever, with its needs unmet, remembering what it was like before, but not able to return? I knew a caterpillar once, and it's long gone, and still here. It's something that died and was destroyed to be changed, to relive again. But the thing about living again is that the ghosts of all the past lives that you live and all the ones that you didn't continue to haunt you, whether you remember them or not.
Louie is quietly brushing his eyes, listening to this. There was definitely a very mixed reactions to every stanza, you could say. But he listened in pure silence.
Xander just smiles and touches his chest at the end of the story before folding his hands back in his lap and looking at Louie.
It's a little tragic.
Yes. I find that love is often tragic. After all, isn't it ironic that hospice beds and graves and crossroads out of town see more genuine prayers and I love yous than wedding chapel? Is it because love and its weight and its consequence is only felt so strongly when it's leaving? I wonder.
I have yet to learn this.
I hope that you do, and I mourn for the future you who died.
I'm going to hug you now.
So it was foretold.
And Louie moves forward, more so with his left shoulder than his right, as it exists very limply at his side. But through the trajectory of his knees, he moves his torso forward and interlocks his left arm underneath Xander's. And I wouldn't say Louie gives the best hugs. I'd say he's very unpracticed in such a thing, so it's very awkward when he gives hugs. I'd say even the hug he gave Xander after he stood up from the giant spaghetti meatball monster from space still felt a sort of rigidness to it. But there is more of a reckless abandon with this hug. And though he's usually very tense, he's instead very relaxed in this hug. As he just holds you.
Will lean into the hug and wrap his arm very gently around Louie, being very careful, and hold him in return. And A couple seconds into the hug, Louie will experience, I suppose, the sensation of bronze becoming skin.
When people tense up, I always feel as though there's this slight moment of a gasp without being a gasp, a sharp inhale. Your body's protecting you from something wrong, usually, or something it knew as wrong. But though that inhale happens, and though there might be a slight twitch to his posture, instead he leans more into the hug.
Xander will give Louie a little squeeze.
He stays there for a bit, as long as he probably thinks is an appropriate amount of time to hug someone.
So probably far less than it actually is.
But it feels like a long time.
Understandable. I get it.
It's absolutely silent out here, okay? Like, it's gotta feel like forever, right? And the first thing that happens is his left arm drops and his head stays nestled in for a moment. And then slowly, though awkwardly, just based on his body, he'll start to lean back, but not tearing away, just naturally moving. As natural as Louie can move. And he mirrors Xander's sitting posture.
Xander smiles at Louie when he returns to looking at him.
For a long time, I always hated the idea of someone being aware of how I feel, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, Louie.
As we've spoken on before, a lot of my experience in the past has been strange circumstances where I led myself to believe that there must have been something wrong with me because people, when around me, would react so intensely.
Yes.
And though there's part of me that understands that it's probably false and I'm just looking into too many things, I do wonder what it looks like from the outside.
What in particular?
What do you see when people interact with me?
When people interact with you, I see I suppose the best analogy that comes to mind is related to books.
Okay.
I would say that you are one of those unusual works that struggles to be defined by a particular genre. You're one of those books that could be put in one section or another. It could be romance, could be tragedy, could be somewhere in between or neither. And so you have a habit of being either put on the cart waiting to be shelved or misshelved in the eyes of those around you. And so when one reaches into the romance section and picks up the book and they look at the cover, read the words on the back, they think, that's odd. This must have been misshelved. And they toss it back. They open up a few pages and read and feel surprise and confusion because there is so much happening, and all they expected was something simple, something perfunctory, something archetypical, something that they can relate to. And because it's not, they close the book and say, perhaps another. Put it back on the shelf or toss it back into the. I would say that when people interact with you, that seems to be what I see. Or they pick up the book and they look at the cover and they're glad. They're filled with joy and elation because this is exactly the type of book that they're looking for. And so they go to the front of the library and check it out because this is the book. And then when they get home and they crack it open, actually reading the contents for the first time, there's a moment of dissonance, perhaps, because it's not exactly what they expected. But that's because they didn't bother to look past the cover in the first place. I would say that when people interact with you, those are the major things that I see, Louie.
He nods, though there's some solemnness to it. It's hard not to pity oneself sometimes. But I've spent a lot of time doing that. It's a very natural place to reside in my mind.
Yeah, that does make sense. Though self-pity is, I imagine, one of the most forgivable sins.
Well, I sure hope so.
Let's just say, between the two of us, I'm somewhat of an expert on the subject.
I see.
You'll have to take my word for it for now.
Is that Owen's third domain?
Sin? Well, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you, and then you know what happens to people who die recently.
You'd be stuck with me.
I suppose that would be true. Not bad, all things considered. Speaking of Owen, but also not, I wanted to talk a little bit about several things, but first, the temple in Saraibo.
This isn't the part where you get really, really mad at me because I had a fit and threw a bunch of fire at a wall of a temple that's actually very significant to you.
Oh, no, Louie. I wasn't even going to bring up the fit that you had and the fire that you blasted into the wall. Though now that you mention it, I should probably just save that for a little bit later in our discussion tonight. Thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome. So glad to be of service.
Much appreciated. No, I meant the other stuff.
Oh, speaking of which, and Louie will turn to his bag, which you see where his bag is. He obviously moved snow away from it so that it wasn't dampening it over time, because he's got scrolls and shit in there. And he opens it up, and he it's pretty much right on top. He starts pulling this cloth out, and then looks like he's about to turn to give it to Xander, and then hesitates, and then very quickly folds it with one arm, and then holds it out to Xander. I got this for you.
Xander will lean forward and reach out very gently for it.
And that is the Cloak of Kalorian for you.
Thank you. Xander will take it, brush his hand across it, and then hold it to his chest. And he will smile at Louie, and when he does, the corners of his eyes crinkle. Thank you, Louie.
His cheeks have gotten a little rosy. Could be the cold.
I did not know why you had asked Stavik for it at that moment. I was concerned that something had happened, and I was unsure of how to broach the subject without letting the others know about what happens sometimes. So I am glad to know that it wasn't that.
It was for you.
Thank you. Though I seem to be the one person that this cloak doesn't work for.
Maybe with things a little quieter, you can see things from a new perspective, even if it's not visual.
Maybe so. I'll certainly give it a try, Louie. Thank you. So,
It's kind of yours anyways.
I suppose that is true.
So, kind of felt gross that Stavik had it. Well, those gross stone germs.
Yeah. Though, if it were just stone germs, that could be remedied with stone disinfectant. Unfortunately, what he's got is far worse than that.
Well, never trust a man who can't put his daughter in front of the world and proudly declare that his life is hers.
Yeah. I do not relish in the reunion that will soon take place.
I mostly feel for Rue.
Me too.
I just hope she lived a good life and maybe a better one for, not having to deal with some things.
Yeah, I sincerely hope this as well.
Though, I'm sure there were many a times where she wondered, never mind.
Oh?
I was afraid if I kept talking, I'd burst.
Well, I certainly don't want you to burst, Louie, though if you do, I'd be here to put you back together. That is, after all, my specialty.
Now you're really gonna make me do that.
Apparently, I don't know my own strength.
Well, nonetheless, the Cloak of Kilorian is yours.
Thank you, Louie. Though, I would like to talk a little bit about that situation that happened.
All right.
That required you to put it on. I know that there are some things that you cannot tell me, and I cannot fault you for that, as there have been many things that I have not been able to tell you, and some that I still am not. But I am curious about how much you understand about your situation.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm curious about how much you understand about your situation.
No, I heard you. I just don't understand your words' meanings.
I suppose. Do you understand why you feel wrong sometimes, and not what is wrong, but why it's wrong? And
I guess it depends. No, can't. No. That wouldn't work. Sometimes I understand it, and sometimes I do not.
I see.
Or rather, I think I understand.
And do you know why you were able to experience the things that you experienced in that temple of Soraibo for those brief moments that you, Stavik, and I spoke.
No.
See. Would you like to know more about that, or would you rather we change the subject to something else for the meantime, Louie?
I lived a long time not understanding why things happen to me. I happened to be wrong, but that doesn't have to do with things being quiet.
That makes sense.
The quiet part, I don't understand as much. I
See.
have theories, but no substantial evidence, usually just feelings, which is unfortunately what I've had to make a lot of hypotheses on at this point.
Well, if you'd like, I can share some information with you that may help or may throw those hypotheses to the wayside. Or I can share at another point if that would be better.
I suppose. Do you think it's a good idea for me to know?
I imagine I will hold on to that for a little while. But I will say that the candle that burns twice as bright burns half as long.
I think I already know that one, Xander.
Yeah. And that light produces some warmth. But behind a veil, that warmth is limited. It is blocked. And through a lens, it is intensive. That is what I will say for tonight.
I see. It's a good thing I don't wear glasses.
It is a good thing that you don't wear glasses. He just brushes the cloak of Kilorian. It's kind of like I said during the fight before you lost yourself for a bit. You cannot see your reflection in boiling water.
Louie flips a page on his journal and crosses something out.
Oh.
That was one of the questions I wanted to ask you at some point.
Oh, yes. The same is true when the water is cloudy.
Why did you say that to her?
I was saying that to you, Louie.
Why?
Because I saw the future in which you set the water boiling and lost yourself. And I wanted to warn you just in case.
Well, it's a good thing we're on a very cold mountain.
It is a good thing we're on a very cold mountain, which I can now feel.
Louie just tilts his chin up ever so slightly and just allows some of his hot breath to go out and just form that little misty cloud of breath in front of him.
Xander is going to reach up and then twirl his finger and turn it into a little spiral.
Now that's a fancy trick. Though you can't tell the others that I said that.
Oh, a trick. I can tell the others that you said that, but the thing is, they're not going to remember the original context, so it won't matter.
They are awfully forgettable. I mean, forgetful.
Now that was certainly a slip. I would have to agree with you.
Thank you for provoking my better nature to stay.
You're very welcome, Louie. I don't want you to leave anytime soon.
Well, somebody supposedly thinks I'm gonna live a really long time. So, I guess I have to prove him right or wrong. And I'm not
That is true.
really leaning towards one way or the other, but rather I just want to see if my friend is right.
Well, friend seems very capable and intelligent, so I would trust them personally.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, seems like a very good sort.
Yeah. Really knowledgeable. Maybe talks a little too obscurely for some people.
Perhaps.
And
Xander tilts his head.
Louie just has this very, I guess odd for him, joyful expression on his face. Like a child that's holding on to a secret for the first time.
Xander is going to smile at that.
I felt when I first left my homeland that was my birthday.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
I felt new and excited and free.
And what day was that?
I could tell you that. But it's not that far off from my actual birthday.
Mm. And you don't want me to know your actual birthday?
I am an old man after all.
I suppose so. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours.
Sure. August 24th is my birthday.
Huh. A good day.
Louie
Mine.
leans forward, just staring at Xander.
I would tell you my birthday, but I think you already know it, Louie. I imagine that you can guess it.
He looks confused, and I guess there's sort of this very minute flash of fear that goes through his expression. Please say it.
Technically, I have no birthday since I wasn't born, but the 31st of October.
Thank you for eating candy floss with me.
You're very welcome, I think. That was my first time.
Shocker. I would have guessed that would have been a daily delectable.
I wasn't referring to the candy floss, but
Eating?
eating. I suppose it is fitting for that to be my first taste of real food. Is it that funny now, Louie?
I'm
I'm glad you find it so humorous.
when Louie laughs, he sort of tends to laugh with his hand over his mouth. Seems like a nervous habit, if anything. But of the times that he does lower his hand, which when you're laughing, you move around, it's natural. You can see his upper lip curl over his teeth slightly out of instinct.
What's...
I just thought it was funny, but also cute, I guess.
I see. Well, I think it is very cute when you laugh, though.
I've never been friends with that word, I suppose.
I had a feeling that that was the case. It seems that you've had quite a few rivalries with words in your life, more than most.
Uh,
For someone who likes books, that's a very dangerous habit of yours.
I mean, sometimes you get sick of the company that comes to your door every so often, or rather
Yeah.
maybe too often.
That makes sense.
Though, in some instances, it stings. The word.
Mm.
It feels very, it was used similarly to how love was used, I suppose.
I see.
But I am away from all of that, so I will take my time, but try to learn how to exist with some words again. Some.
That is very brave of you, Louie, and I'm glad to hear that. I don't wish for you to be shackled to path, though I know the journey of moving forward and living your life can be difficult.
Yeah. And it's far from perfect, to be frankly honest. But I never believed in perfection, so I'm really good at being disappointing in that aspect.
Disappointing. Why is that?
My mother, she had a certain way of viewing the world.
Mm.
And she had certain ways that people had to be, needed them to be, made them, I guess.
Sorry to hear that, Louie.
I'm gone. I mean, I left. I'm not there anymore, so I'll be okay.
Yeah. I imagine you will be.
It's not even that bad, really. Probably just... Sorry, I seem to be having a lot of difficulty talking. That's not really good on me, so I will... could you ask me, or say anything
So
else?
I was thinking that I don't really know what timing to ask this because it's a little bit of a jump and maybe a little bit alarming, but I suppose this is as good a time as any to ask if you would like me to curse you.
You see his nose scrunch up as he looks off into the distance, more just in genuine confusion at the question. Xander?
And it seems that the timing was actually great. Very well done. Well, I was just thinking that you had mentioned that sometimes there are temptations, and sometimes said temptations are a little difficult to say no to. I seem to be recalling a story about something that occurred in a temple, actually. Huh. And it had almost completely slipped my mind. Strange how it reappears. But I was
Well,
thinking, yeah,
I am really good at finding the crumbs that you leave behind for me.
well, I'm glad that you are so willing to look. That is certainly appreciated.
How could I not?
Though, back to the question, I was going to say, you had mentioned that you had a particular charm or ward that you used that you broke back in the temple, which is honestly the first time that I'd heard of anything of the sort. And it's actually a little surprising because when I awoke from being consumed by the magic eater, I distinctly remember getting the impression that you didn't remember the experience. And I suppose you didn't say anything in that way, but it sort of seemed to me like you had absolutely no idea what had happened during the encounter with the magic eater, though now it seems like you may actually have known. You just didn't remember the specifics of this particular incident. That is fascinating to me.
You've been watching him squirm while you're talking.
Mm-hmm.
His hand is white knuckling his other hand, pressing into the scars on it. Jackie saved me from not just the jail
Garden.
service
Mm-hmm.
time that I had to serve. There was a woman who was in there with me, and she helped me out while I was in there. Kasabi.
Kasabi, yes.
And because she helped me, I asked that Jackie find a way to help her and get her out too. I didn't particularly think why she was there, because it seemed as though many people were there just 'cause.
Because you were, yeah.
It's important to know laws, after all. But when she was released, she didn't stay with me and Jackie. Jackie and I had our own little... It was Jackie's place specifically. I was just holed up in the walls like a mouse, mostly. Just out of the way. But it was a place to stay. I was hoping with some goodwill, because she had shown me such, that she would turn her life around and make things work. She might not have been the most well-educated woman I had ever met, but she was kind.
Yeah.
Well, she hurt some people. Maybe a lot of people. It was a problem that I created on accident. But when I found her and tried to stop her, I don't... That part gets fuzzy.
Sure. That makes sense.
But when Jackie found me, apparently, I don't know if I wasn't breathing, or... The explanation was that they could only save me in the circumstance. So, since Jackie had a lot of connections,
I imagine
they had something made for me so that something like that wouldn't happen, especially because I was often on my own.
Yeah.
And, well, there's something to say about a boy who can't seem to not faint in the middle of some random place all on his own and gets in the worst circumstances because of it.
Makes sense. I'm sorry that you were in a situation where you felt the need to break the item.
There's been a lot of instances in the past month, maybe more, where some of the group does not consider how significant life can be.
I'm in agreement.
And although I currently believe that I cannot just die from experience, I also don't want to be the cause of... Even if I don't really care about some stupid assholes. I don't want to be the cause again.
Louie, you are not going to be the cause of their death unless you have chosen to be the cause of their death.
They are really stupid, you know?
Yes.
And
I completely understand what you're saying.
some of them are maybe irredeemable. I'm still figuring that part out.
I can understand why you would think that, Louie. Very much so. But you're not any more responsible for that than I am responsible for the deaths of all the people here at this temple. And you and I fully understand the irony of me saying this. You do not have to sacrifice yourself just to save other people from the consequences of actions that they have made for themselves, especially after you have given them opportunities to make different choices. Your life is valuable, and your life needs to be protected too. And if you, and this is something that is very difficult for me to say, but there are so many lives out there, Louie, that could be touched and helped by you. And if you give up your life for people who are not worth it, you won't be able to save the people who are. And I really, really hate that fact. And in the world that I wish this was, that would not be the case. Everyone could be saved. But something that I have had to learn the hard way, and something that I have given up a lot for, is that sometimes you have to choose who gets saved.
I know. I've sort of been picking me a lot lately.
Good.
Though, I know, and his eyes will glance over to his right arm. It may not seem that way all the time. I suppose that's why it's easier to put up defenses, though. Just in case.
Yeah. I can understand that. Which is why I thought I'd offer until we get to Pentress, though. I figured it would be relatively quick. I could lay a curse on you to stop you from being able to access that. Only if you wished, of course. And only if you think you need it.
What if there's an emergency?
Then I would break it.
Do you promise?
Yes. I promise that if there's an emergency and we need to use your flames, we'll break.
What do we do?
Okay. I am going to need a couple of things from you.
From me?
Yes.
Okay.
I am going to need a bit of... What?
Nothing. I've made several calculations at this point. I'm excited to hear what the correct answer is.
I see. I am going to need the mirror that you showed me before.
Louie seems to appear very uncomfortable for a moment, but he does move to his satchel, and you can see almost like a practiced motion. He knows exactly where it is in there. And you can, based on the way his hand is moving, you can tell he's going into a pocket specifically.
Sure.
And he'll pull it out, kind of stare at it very briefly with the reflection, and then on the other side he looks at the lily of the valley with the letter on it.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll flip it back to the mirror side and hand it over to Xander.
Xander will take it very delicately, and he'll say, I imagine that this is not particularly pleasant, though I imagine that will be helpful for the purposes of this curse.
I see.
I am also going to need from you some ash from your flame. Some of the burnt scraps of your clothing will also work.
Oh, good. I was hoping you weren't going to say skin at this point. And Louie will very easily pluck at the very scorched fabric that's mostly divided around his arm, torso area of his right area. Just, it's pretty charred. And he'll go to the end, kind of pull for a moment, and then you see in a way of someone who's more used to just using one arm. He bends his head down, grits his teeth against the fabric, and just kind of gestures quickly enough to start a rip, and then will tear the rest with his left arm before holding out the ashen scrap to Xander.
Excellent. Xander will hold it in his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
I will also need one of your butterflies.
Oh, okay. What kind?
Just the normal ones. They're fine.
He looks between his bag and his hand, and it looks like he's confused.
One of the ice butterfly.
Okay. Louie kind of scrunches up his nose a little bit as he conjures an ice butterfly, and you see him peek with one eye. And we'll see how this goes, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's a moth.
Is it a moth?
Yeah.
Perfect. Hell yeah. That's right. Let's go. Hmm.
You can see his fingers kind of flex instinctively. Just, you've seen Louie crush his butterflies and his moths. It's not really something unusual he's done before, but you can see him choosing not to mostly right now.
Mm-hmm.
Butterfly, or is this,
That is thematically appropriate.
He holds it out with disdain.
Xander will reach out and very gently take the moth and in his left hand and smile. Okay. Now, I would like you to take the mirror back and raise it in front of you with your left hand. Feel free to raise it at about eye level,
Mirror facing me or you?
facing you,
Okay.
so that you can see yourself in it. All right.
You see
Now.
him struggle to keep eye contact with himself.
Yes. All right. And Xander is going to... and since Xander is taller than Louie, Xander's face is going to be visible despite the eye level mirror. He is going to raise both of his hands and he's going to begin murmuring under his breath. And as he does, the scraps of Louie's clothing in his right hand are going to burst into flames, and the moth is going to begin glowing. And he's going to look at Louie and he's going to say, "We have identified that your flames can potentially be a curse just as they are a blessing. And so there is no better way to waylay a curse than with another curse. Louie Freeman, by my words, by my light, by my love, I bind your flames until a time comes that we agree you must use them." And then his eyes are going to become black with the golden rings. And as they do, the ice moth is going to explode in a shower of small pieces of ice and snow. And he reaches out to Louie and taps the top finger that's holding the mirror. As he does, Louie will see the flames in Xander's hands sputter out and die. And in the mirror, the right side of his reflection is suddenly going to crack.
Interesting.
And then the next time that he blinks, the mirror is whole again. As Xander deploys the curse.
Can I put my arm down yet?
Oh, yes, you can put your arm down.
Okay. Whew. I gotta work out more. Although,
Perhaps.
I feel just in general sore from today.
I can understand that for sure. How do you feel, Louie?
That's a really good question, actually.
Question. I suppose I should also ask, does Louie, when he feels the tingling in his body, does he accept it or does he reject it? Because there is a save attached.
Oh, okay. Describe the tingling.
So when he sees the cracking appearing on the right side, it's going to feel like warmth is spreading from his arm, and then it's almost like a cooling, almost like minty sensation
So like an
along the
icy
limb.
hot.
Kind of like an icy hot,
Okay,
exactly.
okay.
Yeah.
He, I think instinctively his body would want to, but he
Sure.
makes the conscious effort to be okay with this situation.
Okay. In that case, the feeling will spread and the curse will take hold. How are you feeling, Louie?
He's sitting there for a moment, and then you just hear the slightest sound of teeth chattering. As you can see, he's starting to shiver.
Oh, are you? Should we move inside?
It's been a while since I've been cold.
Likewise, I would say.
Well, it's good that we did this together then.
Yes, I would certainly say so.
He looks at the door, not exactly with the most hope, however. At the same time, I'm still not fond of temples.
That is true.
I guess I can make a fire. The old-fashioned way.
Yes, you could certainly do that. We can make a fire if that would be amenable to you. Alternatively, the burial room is technically not attached to the rest of the temple building, so could be considered not sacred ground.
So you're telling me you're a rule breaker, huh?
Well, I suppose by telling you that in and of itself, that would make me a rule breaker, yes.
Would you join me?
Sure.
Let's go make a natural, homemade, super normal fire together then.
Lovely. Let's do it. And Xander will stand up and then give Louie a hand if he wants it.
Louie will take it and then soon grab his satchel, not really putting it on his shoulder, but rather kind of just hunkering it under his arm like a sleeping bag, more so.
Yeah.
Well, so this is my first time staying over at a friend's place. I don't really know what's up to code with what activities there are. So,
Well, I imagine there is fire building and likely some conversation.
I do enjoy that, I think.
Yes, I am not too surprised by that.
Really?
Glad I didn't end up using that curse on Stavik today, as I had perhaps considered.
What? The same or a different?
Different curse.
For another day?
I suppose it is similar in the sense of sealing away, closing off. Different in terms of the effects. I imagine he would find it far more unpleasant.
I am glad you're a little more separate from all that.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Not in the sense that I've done anything wrong, but in the sense that this happenstance is tragic in some ways, but I'm glad you can see it now.
Yes. It was a very difficult lesson to learn, but an important one.
Well, it was a bit self-inflicted, unfortunately. Louie looks over at his arm and then smiles at Xander.
Yes. Unfortunately, it seems that my entire being is about self-infliction, so
That I have understood for a while. Louie will walk
and
down the stairs.
Xander will follow next to him.
Yeah.
As they make their way to the burial room.
So, do you think that we're actually gonna all survive this? This being the, how to word that? Finding Owen or saving Owen? I'm not sure what our path is other than Owen somehow.
Yes. I imagine that, as things tend to do lately, the journey will be far twistier than it might originally seem. But whether we all survive, I think has not yet been decided.
That's good. Don't look too
I
far
think
in the
there-
future that you mess that part up. Louie winks.
I suppose I'll have to be very careful about that, though. It is too late to ask me to not look into the future about Pentress, as I already have.
You gotta be careful with that stuff, Xander.
That is true.
Some
So-
magic is very enticing and hard to say no to, though, so I can understand.
Yes, that is certainly the case, and of all the magics that I tend to dally in, I would say that the future usually is less harmful than the rest, but I understand that it can be dangerous.
Well, I would like to jokingly say, well, you're traveling with me now, so there's probably a lot more problems with someone who is a problem in existence. But honestly, and he gestures in a way that he's directing it towards the others in the temple, we're all a bunch of fuck-ups. So you actually have a grand pick of problems.
Well, I don't see you as a problem, Louie.
Well, thank you. I'm my own problem.
Well, that I will agree with. So, speaking of problems, I wanted to bring up
Bring up
some potentially uncomfortable subjects.
Okay.
Notably, the gods.
He takes a deep breath in. Is it uncomfortable for you or for me? to
it's
talk
certainly
about,
not uncomfortable for me.
even if it's me being a part of this conversation.
Oh, certainly. I have not been uncomfortable by a single thing that you have said about the gods.
Peculiar. Well, go on. What do you have to ask?
There is one thing that I'd like to talk about, but it would probably be easier to segue into it afterwards. So I was wondering, would you be willing to tell me the story of you trying that last ritual?
Sure. He doesn't exactly look taken aback, but more curious to why Xander's asking that. Not in an offended way, more of in a curious way.
Yeah.
He lays his pack down. He kind of rests it against a statue and will sit down himself, using it sort of as a back cushion. Sorry, Scrolls, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And he curls up one of his legs so that he can perch his right arm on it. Well, at the time, things were really bad at home. Every day it felt like it was getting worse and worse. And I suppose very often I thought that I was just going to expire. And it wasn't a bad feeling when I thought about it then. Maybe that's natural for experiencing some of that. But sometimes it was a thought of, if I just go to sleep right now, maybe I'll get hit in just the right way and it'll be done.
Yeah.
But that didn't really happen, obviously. I was very restricted on when I could go to the library. I couldn't go too long or be seen out for too long. But they didn't want to be there with me either. But I feel as though there wasn't a chaperone with the very intent to punish me for doing something slightly wrong, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
And okay. I'm never quite sure if some of the things that I say about that time make sense. Just, I've never met anyone with that experience, to be honest. So, it's hard to gauge.
They make sense to me.
Well, when I approached Detlef about the book, I had done plenty already for some less savory gods, we'll say.
Yeah.
I never hurt anyone, though, other than me. I would never. Anyways. The conversation was a lot of me begging him to just help me, mostly. I asked him to take me away from there. That he could. I knew he could. And if he wasn't going to, then he had to give me a solution. Yeah, I feel like that's one of the few times that I raised my voice back then. I was awfully soft-spoken back then.
I believe it.
And I knew plenty about Owen before I went into the religion. I spent many of the allowed days in that book, understanding it in all its levity. I didn't even need someone to talk to me. That wasn't my interest with Owen. Though, what I'm learning is a lot of people want to talk to him. Just kind of silly. Most gods don't fucking talk. And most people don't know how to listen to them.
That is correct.
You can tell he's instinctively, his eyes blink in a way where he would have rolled them at that point. Well, when I found that ritual, I'm not fully sure why it caught my interest so. The intention was to take me, I guess, away. I didn't care anymore. My life had been over for many, 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 many years, it seems. I remember they left for something. They went somewhere important. They had to do something important that involved face, and I was too ruined at that point to go out in public that often without covering. And the bull mastiff was tied up. It was really quiet that day. Normally, I would have cleaned. I guess instead I made quite a mess. I had taken a long time to get all these materials ready. These candles, these special words on very expensive and specific paper made with specific ink. And notably, I wasn't using magic at this time. I hadn't learned it yet, right?
Sure.
I didn't really know what I was doing, but I put myself at the center as it instructed, and nothing happened. I double-checked all my work. There wasn't blood to be spilt. Not really. Would have not really mattered. Probably would have done something in the process, I'm sure, but...
Yeah.
I don't think I got any of that out of the floorboards after that. But with that being my last option, I decided I was just done. I put so much faith in all of them. I gave as much as one tiny body could give. And there was no saving me. So I did what any butterfly would do, and I took to a flower in my backyard. Maybe more than one. I feel bad for the flowers. I ate as many as I could stomach without throwing up completely.
Yeah.
And I went and sat by my tree. And I waited. And waited. And I could feel my body getting weaker. I believed I was dying, and it was more painful than I thought it would be, to be honest. But then they got home. And it wasn't really unusual for me to be by my tree. I believe the lesson that day was if I wanted to be dead, then she would make me wish even more than I was. But I didn't die, obviously.
Sorry, Louie.
I mean, for what it's worth, I want to live now. It's a bit late. remember that.
Yeah.
Soon after is when I met Jemmons.
I see. It's terrible. No one answered you. And I'm sorry you didn't get the escape that you had wished for. But I am glad that you didn't die when you did. So I suppose there was one very messed up and twisted, but silver lining of me being.
I don't know if the others will ever understand what happened, how it could happen. I think it's a luxury that a lot of people have to not know those things.
I'm sure.
I feel as though I've brought down the mood quite a bit with this one, though. Probably not the most interesting story, since not much happens when I try to talk to the gods.
No, I found it to be a very fascinating story from beginning to end.
Really?
Yes. And if you think about it, and I know this is perhaps not the best thing to say to follow up your comment about bringing down the mood, but if you think about it, that book connects most of our group.
I know.
I can't help but think of what Detlef said when I asked him if there were coincidences.
Sometimes I really hate him. A lot.
That makes sense.
I mean, I care about him. Probably more than most beings I've ever met. And yet I still hate him.
Yeah, that's the confusing thing about love, that you can love a person and hate at the same time.
Well, at least for what it's worth, I still care about him. I don't have much to say about from where I'm from, all those people.
Yeah. Though, speaking of you and your relationship with the gods and such, not to bring down the mood even further, but I do believe that you're operating under some misconceptions.
His head moves to the side in a slight tilt, but it's more forward in the sense that he's just very actively listening to Xander.
I, of course, was not present during any of your experiences thus far, except perhaps the one. So I cannot truly say anything one way or another about the other gods and their magic and you. And I don't mean to doubt your experience or the things that you know and the things that you feel, but I wonder about the antithetical nature you've described, you and the god's magic.
Go on.
Because I can tell you for certain, with 1000% clarity, that you weren't the one to dispel the holy symbol of Owen at that crater. I was.
Why?
I drew the residual energy in the circle into myself just as you had begun to step forward. And perhaps in a cruel twist of fate or just circumstance, you happened to step through at the same time as the energy left the circle and it evaporated into dust. But I can say with certainty that that was me and not you. Besides, if you dispelled the magic of Owen, then I imagine I would not be able to be around you.
I know. Healing wasn't used on me, not because it didn't work, but because they didn't want anyone to know.
That makes sense.
I'm not fully sure why people viewed my family the way they did, but I feel as though we were seen more as race horses than people.
Mm.
Something to parade around. It wasn't ever good. But it was only bad after I couldn't give what people wanted, which was more. And Louie will flick his purple hair like me.
I see.
And with every attempt, there would come punishments for being inadequate.
I don't believe any part of you is inadequate, Louie.
You can see him run his fingers over an area that you saw him slice the snowball into himself that already had a scar there to begin with.
Yeah.
And it's bare there now, so you just see him run his fingers on the edge of the fairly large scar on his chest.
Yeah.
At first, it started out more so being hidden. Places where people wouldn't see that. Then eventually I just wasn't allowed to go outside. Not that I couldn't go outside. I mean, I couldn't be around people. And to be honest, most people can't see. So it's not really like that would have even mattered.
Yeah.
But that's usually a bit why I laugh about people flirting with me, or I guess the pained chuckle of children. It just, I can't. It doesn't work. I only really ended up causing pain mostly.
I think it seems like you received far more pain than you caused. Besides, to live is to cause pain to others.
Then others seem to be very, very good at it.
Yes, some treat it like a skill to be honed.
But that's why I was surprised, I guess. I didn't think it would actually work at all to be healed by someone, because I was led to believe that it actually just wouldn't work. It had nothing to do with the gods. More so me. I guess looking at it now, it may be more reasonable to say because I wouldn't deserve to be healed, but at the time I just thought that I just couldn't be because
Yeah. Well, I can assure you, just as you can be healed, you also deserve to be healed. And I mean that both in terms of magic and otherwise.
Louie will adjust slightly in his sitting, pull his other leg up, and curl his left arm in front of his shins, staring at Xander in front of him. So, I'm gonna change the subject. Is that okay?
That is quite all right, Louie.
What was the hairstyle at the last sleepover? You said there was a hairstyle you had in mind for me.
I see.
I know it was a while ago, so I don't expect you to remember that. I was just curious.
I do remember it, Louie. And I would rather show you than tell you. So I think I will hold off on that for a little bit.
All right. Oh, when we get in Pinterest, I think my hair is getting a little long anyways, so.
Sure.
We'll be to one soon.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Then I can prove to you. And being a bit more ambitious, it seems, he moves his legs down to be in front of him, sitting more similarly to Xander once more. And he will move his index finger out and touch Xander's nose. What sand is like in real life. More so. Ocean sand.
All right. Well, I look forward to you educating me about real life ocean sand, with which I have very little experience.
Well, little sand speck is still stuck to you.
I suppose that may be true. But I did not answer your previous question, so do you have any other questions for me?
Oh, who was that armored man? If I'm remembering that correctly.
Yes. Zenek.
Who was that?
He was the one who stabbed me in the chest.
Oh, a priest.
Yes. Technically, an inquisitor of Prenia likely led the charge on Prenia's reach. But he showed up first when Miriam was absent and I was temporarily in charge of the flock. It was a good day, a nice day, but a very strange one, for I had opened my eyes and it was almost as if I had slipped into another world.
What does that mean when you say that, Xander?
Well, I was back in the same temple that I had gotten used to living in, and I looked the same, and I more or less felt the same. But when I walked through those halls, it was as if everybody was different. I saw some white-robed members of the flock, and they raised their hands at me, and they smiled, said hello. Some asked me to sit down with them, join them at the breakfast table. heads turn as I walked past, and there wasn't anything but interest, joy, idle curiosity, good-natured humor in their expressions. Even Milo, who operated at night and slept during the day, he was awake. And with everybody else too. He had found himself at the center of an entire table, and for once, they weren't whispering about him, saying things about him behind his back. He was in a good mood. No gruffness to his voice. Miriam was gone. Everyone was welcoming. Milo was there. It was the most pleasant day that I had ever experienced up until that point. And that's perhaps why it felt so wrong. And so, with Miriam absent and me in charge, I stood in front of the stage and did my best to speak of love in its many forms to the flock. And they listened. Each of them was rapt. They all looked at me with admiration in their eyes. No fear. It was almost like I was dreaming. And then the doors burst open, and there he was, gallant man in his shining armor. That threw things into a bit of chaos, so I separated him from the rest of the flock, left Milo in charge, and spoke with this man. He was from Parthenay, from Pontivy, and he was looking for someone, a member of the flock, a girl who I knew, who was the first person I spoke to. Actually, I suppose in those early days, I wasn't able to speak. She was, in fact, the first person I spoke to, before even Miriam. I'd just run into her in the hall, and she turned, looked at me, and went as white as a sheet. I said hello, and she ran. But apparently this girl, Charlotte, we called her, she had grown up in a very religious family. Both of her parents were members of the cloth, very devout worshippers of Prenia, but she, for whatever reason, had not received Prenia's blessing herself, though both of her brothers had. She was even more devoted to the goddess of love than her parents and her brother, all of them combined. She didn't understand why, when she loved so much, was she the only one that couldn't seem to feel love's touch. Her parents didn't understand. Her brothers, both of them, far less dedicated, far more casual, far more lackadaisical in their approach to life, didn't make a big deal of it. But even in their case, they had received the blessing of Prenia, so why not her? Maybe it spoke to something of her character. Maybe she was wrong somehow. Maybe she had done something bad, something unforgivable. And so, under the stern eye and reproach of her parents, she tried to atone as best she could, but try as she might, she could not see Prenia's grace. And so she ran. And after a journey, she found herself at Prenia's reach, where Miriam taught her that Prenia's divine goal to spread love and awareness of love to all was something that people routinely fell short of. And that was not just for the sinners, but also for the saints. And that many a time, those who most failed in their attempts to embody Prenia's grace were her clergy. Charlotte felt seen by Miriam and heartened by the idea that it was not her that was wrong. It was those around her for refusing to see how much love that she had. And so Prenia's reach became her home. Zenik said that Charlotte had been a childhood friend. And after a long journey searching for her, he had found his way here. I was reluctant to trust a strange man in armor. And Charlotte wasn't with us at that moment, so I took him away to ask more questions, discern what his true intentions were. And for the most part, he seemed genuine. It didn't feel like he was lying. The way he spoke of Charlotte and the past, the light in his eyes, his smile, they felt real.
God, fuck.
But when I went to the dorms to look for her, we could not find her. And then I figured perhaps she was wandering the halls, so we looked there too. And we could not find her. So then I thought, well, there are only two places left. She could be in the private quarters where Miriam slept. She could be wandering the burial grounds for some reason. So we went there. And that's when I realized that something was wrong. The entire area was empty. Milo, I'd put in charge of the flock, so of course he wasn't there. But I could smell something. Something strange in the air. And Zenik said that he could smell dark magic, he said. I looked around, and the only thing that I could see in the room was a withered plant, and on the plant, what was once a chrysalis that had gone black. I noticed that Milo's scythe was missing. I'd never seen him use it. He barely even carried it anywhere. It was placed there in a place of reverence and respect, clean, very carefully, but never used. And when I saw it missing, I was concerned. But perhaps she was in Miriam's quarters. Perhaps she had returned and there was some explanation. So I suggested we split up. I ran to Miriam's room and I found it open. And everything I could possibly imagine seeing shattered on the floor. I could not understand why someone would go to the trouble of ransacking Miriam's room, why someone would even want to do that. They all loved Miriam as much as I did, most of them, perhaps even more. And that's when I heard the screaming. So I ran back to the congregation hall and I threw open the doors. And that's when I saw all the bodies just lying in a pool of blood, so deep it seemed like a trick of the mind. And right by the steps of the stage, I saw Milo lying on the ground, the scythe not too far from him. And on the stage, standing over the corpse of Charlotte, was Zenik, with his back towards me, facing down Miriam herself. She made eye contact with me and opened her mouth to speak, but he was faster, and he plunged his blade through her midsection. I can still remember the scream that she made before everything went silent. And I suppose I let my instincts take control. I dashed forward and I reached for the scythe, which felt right in my hands as I moved to attack. But though I had been trained by Miriam in how to defend myself, and though the scythe felt natural, right, like it had been made for me, like it was mine, his reflexes were fast, and he turned and pierced me through the chest. And the strangest thing was, he acted so fast, I don't think he even fully understood what he was doing until the blade was already through the other side. And as he looked at me, I saw surprise and pity in his expression. But then, black veins spiderwebbed across his face as his body went sallow and he dropped to the ground. And then Miriam stood. And she had a hole in her stomach. It was bleeding profusely. And as she touched it, I could see her magic flowing and it slowly knitting itself back. But there was no denying the fact that the wound he had given her was fatal. She was going to die, and it was just a matter of time. And she looked at me. She slurred. She said that she hadn't expected that someone would show up and derail everything. And I didn't quite understand what she meant. And as I reached out to her to help, she ripped the rapier from my chest, and the entire world began to spin. It felt like my body was on fire, and every breath was pure agony. But she reached out a hand to me, and I couldn't understand, so I just stared at her, mute, remembering the first time that I opened my eyes in that crater and saw her. She looked at me in the same way, with her eyes full of warmth. And then something changed in her expression, and she reached out and touched my face and told me she was sorry. And then it was like the darkness at the corners of my vision extended. The heat from my body disappeared, and I felt really cold. Like all the heat was being sucked directly from my body. I began to feel really far away, like I was a third person staring at myself. That's when I saw a moth. It landed on her arm, and she recoiled like it was pure flame and broke contact with me. And I could see again. The darkness faded. The moth darted behind her and disappeared. And it seemed familiar somehow, but I couldn't quite place what it was or where I knew it from. But I could see that it had these markings on it, and the world was spinning, and so were the markings. They had made circles as they spun, end over end, ceaselessly. Like my entire vision was blending together. That's when I heard her voice again, still slurred. Or maybe it wasn't her voice. Maybe it was someone else's. It was so far away. both of us will die like this. And that's when everything in my vision went dark. I heard Miriam tell me that she had no choice, just as I felt the scythe grow warm in my hands, though I could not see it. I felt her hand on my cheek, the coldness that came with that sensation, but it barely bothered me that time. The moth in the darkness had swallowed up my vision, and that's when I heard her final words. She told me, Xander, know that everything I have ever done has been for love. And I think that that was the first time in my recollection that I ever smiled, because I believed her. So I responded in the only way that I could. I said, me too. And I swung the scythe. And then, oblivion. And Xander looks down.
Louie has been very quiet during this. It seemed to have a bit more physical reaction to a lot of stuff, especially involving the woman and the man in armor. And when Xander looks down, he crawls over and again presses his side against Xander.
Xander gives him a small smile.
It's complicated. All of the feelings involving the things we've only ever known. And then sometimes it's easy.
Yes. You're right, Louie. I still cannot bring myself to blame her.
I know. How could you? She was probably, well, your first god.
I suppose they say that about mothers, though.
Yeah.
She was never really mine.
I have a lot more complicated feelings about all of this than I thought I would.
Yeah.
You really are one of the bravest people I know, though.
Brave? I don't think so, Louie.
You have a decent sense of justice. You care very, very deeply about people to a sense that you will try over and over again to give them chances, even when they don't deserve it. You're kind and willing to take risks that people are not willing to take normally. You put yourself in front of others out of this love. I think that's very, very brave. Maybe a little stupid sometimes, but very brave.
Thank you, Louie. Though I could say many of the same things about you. But the difference is you chose to be kind when you could be cruel. And I was made this way. I think I appreciate the words that the others said to me at the crater, but I think they're wrong.
I think there isn't exactly a right answer to all of this. If I were to not exactly make a guess, but perhaps to say a few words on it, I think there's a lot of things that we can't control. All of us get put into this world without asking. Well, most of us, I should say.
Yeah.
Some people... that stuff's too
Some
complicated.
Some people chose it.
It's too complicated. We're not going there, okay? But... nonetheless... I think there are plenty of people that have this maybe desire, need, feeling that they want to help people and they just do. I'm not always so sure that is a choice, or rather, instinct. Now, I can be hopeful and say I would hope most people would act upon the instinct of trying to help another person, but no, I haven't seen that very much in the world. So much less than I thought there was. But choice, instinct, born, created. We just are who we are, and at the end of the day, it's nice to just take in the world as is and say, but I'm alive. And sometimes it has to be good enough, and sometimes it can be and that is enough.
Yes. That makes sense, Louie.
It's good, because I feel as though the others do not understand what I'm saying usually, or they tune me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That definitely seems to happen.
They do that a lot.
They do. You're right. And I don't hold any negative feelings whatsoever about being what I am. It only feels natural, I suppose. Have you heard the story from Kintao of the man who dreamed of the butterfly?
I feel as though we spoke lightly on this in Luciana.
Yes. On our first patrol at night.
Yeah. What new context do you have for me, Xander?
Well, I had said that perhaps this was all just a dream, and you had made a somewhat self-deprecating response that it must be a terrible dream if I was spending it with you. To which I responded that that was most certainly not the case because I was enjoying myself. But in the story, there is a man who dreams, and in the dream, he is a butterfly, experiencing the joys of flight, the world from the perspective of said butterfly. He knows nothing of the toils and struggles of the waking world. All he knows is the joy of flight and what he is. And then he wakes up. And he wakes up and he is a man. And the question, as it goes, is he a man who is dreaming of a butterfly? Or is he a butterfly who is now dreaming that he is a man? And is there a difference between the two? And there are a lot of answers, a lot of philosophical debates about the meaning of this supposed riddle. Is it about identity? Is it about transformation? What exactly does it mean? Because in one sense, he knows that he's not a butterfly dreaming of being a man because he experiences himself as a man when he wakes up. And one could say that perhaps he's just still in a dream and he just doesn't know it. But the thing is, he only knows of himself as a man as he has defined it in his interactions with the world around him. When he's a butterfly, he does not think about having been a man while he was awake. He is free. He is experiencing the world. It's only when he wakes up as a man that he is finally caught in the butterfly's net. I feel, I suppose, a sort of kinship with that story. I'm alive, Louie, but I'm not real. I like a projection of your mind inside a dream. And in this context, I exist Certainly. I bleed. I speak. I say things. I make you laugh. I make you cry. I make you deeply frustrated. But thing is, I'm not a person. I'm an idea. And I'm an idea that has a physical form currently. But I'm an idea. And I felt that I needed to say that to you, Louie.
He nods slowly.
And he's going to reach out for Louie's hand.
He looks genuinely confused, but will allow it to be taken?
Mm-hmm. He'll just give it a little bit of a squeeze. Do you remember what I first said when you asked me what love meant to me?
What you first said.
I know that I answered about the tides. But first, I had said that my answer was going to be the same as yours. Because the thing about stars is that when their light reaches you, they're already gone. Can I recite to you a poem?
Louie nods.
This is one that you've already heard before, but in light of things, perhaps it has somewhat of a different meaning than it had before. I said just now, I am not real. This is what I am. This is what I represent. This is, I suppose, to call up your earlier definition, my essence. And Xander is going to clear his throat. Ardor. A love that burns too bright for life to hold, flickering like the last candle in the dark, drawn to you like a moth to the flame, or perhaps the inverse, as our edges blend into a boundless sea of stars. Let's connect the lines between us, form a shape altogether new, as we devour sweet ambrosia, eternal light, lips chapped by the heat of our fierce but brief conflagration. We lose ourselves, you and I, me and you, in a moment suspended between forever and nothing at all, as fingertips graze the edge of infinity. A wound at the center of my universe, the border of absolution and oblivion. Desperate mouths gasp for dimming beads of molten gold to fill in the cracks in the sugar glass of our constellation, blooming where my beginning meets your end. And as motes of light escape the horizon, we blaze one final time before fading as time takes us into his tender hand, and the boundlessness of you and I, the constellation of me and you and we and us, crumbles to dust, fallacy of forms, until only silence kisses my jagged corner. Yet I remember the lifetimes that bloomed within your eyes somewhere beyond the ephemeral sky, and the endless void that aches between these ribs. Still, your name lingers, notes carved into marrow, a map to the chorus you once composed that will be retraced again and again by different fingers. As my heart remembers the melody of what we once were, a refrain that echoes in the spaces you used to fill. Fresh lines will be drawn, new galaxies painted on a canvas of scars, where new constellations wait to be filled in and take shape. As gentle promises of new beginnings spark, igniting the old ink of the first story ever told, of love, like the universe, ever expand. And Xander will slowly let go of Louie's hand.
He stares at his own hand for a long time after Xander finishes. Not exactly sure what to say.
You don't need to say anything, Louie. But do you understand?
Yes and no. But that's okay for right now. I don't think I want... sorry.
No need to apologize, Louie.
In some instances, I do understand. Maybe too deeply than I feel like I should. But nonetheless, I think I'll just enjoy my time here like this. Even if a stupid fucking idiot keeps hurting my feelings.
I'm sorry, Louie.
It's okay. sides will take care of all these issues together. We'll save Owen. And then souls can be made right again. Or whatever is happening.
Yeah.
Fuck. The others will literally not understand what you just said.
I imagine they wouldn't. And that's why I told you.
You're a dick. And I kind of hate you right now.
As you have a right to, Louie. And I'm sorry because I feel like I'm going to say a couple more things that will make you perhaps hate me even more. But my experience here on Adrian, short as it may be, in comparison to yours, has shown me some of the absolute horrors of mortal beings, kinds of things that people inflict upon each other, people who have the choice, people who aren't made cosmological evil. But there have also been moments that have shown me just how beautiful mortal being can be. You are one of the brightest parts of my experience being alive, Louie. And I think that when you were praying, when you were wishing for a star to save you, you didn't realize that the star was you all along. But you are. And though I may not be real, I may just be an illusion. I'm glad to have been an illusion that exists at the same time as you, Lou. And for that, I will always be grateful.
Louie just lets the tears run down the sides of his face. He doesn't bother to hide it anymore.
Xander does as well.
I hate you so much right now.
I know. And no matter what happens, I will always love you very dearly, Louie. That is an oath that I make. On my name, temporary as it is, on life, on death, on Owen himself.
Louie moves moves in a way where he can look Xander in the eyes, and then he more so kind of picks himself up from that kneeling position, the on sitting on his knees more so, more to where he's like standing from his knees, and he puts his left hand on Xander's shoulder and looks him in the eye. Say it again.
I will always love you very dearly, Louie.
And he moves his forehead closer until it touches Xander's forehead. And he's still very much so intensely looking Xander in the eyes. I have lived a life that wasn't worth living. I know you think I'm gonna live, and I'm guessing it's probably just longer than you. So, if that's your opinion on this subject, and truth in other elements, then I'm going to be selfish. And he moves his face closer until his lips just very, very softly touch against Xander's. But he is not there for very long. Mm-hmm. He moves back, stands up, puts his left arm behind his back, letting his right arm drape mercilessly to existing.
Mm-hmm.
And he faces his entire front body to the statue sort of in front of the two. You know, you're making it really easy to hate the gods right now, right? All of this. I'm so tired, Xander.
I'm sorry, Louie.
What do we do now? I don't know what to do.
I suppose we keep existing the way two shooting stars do as they come into each other's orbit.
Then I would like to enjoy your company until I can't.
That sounds great to me.
Good. Because I think I would have kicked you right now otherwise.
And I would be absolutely deserving of that.
Fuck, Xander.
I'm sorry, Louie.
How can I be mad at you? I'm more frustrated about that.
You have every right to be mad, Louie. Mad, sad, regretful, anything.
It was supposed to be different. I finally found you.
I know, Louie. I'm sorry. I wish I could be the star that you wanted me to be, Louie. I truly do. And I will always love you dearly, like I said.
Again. Please.
I will always love you dearly. If you'd like, I can enchant your Echo Stone with that.
If you have to burn out before me, I think that might be a good idea. Since mine was just gonna be a goodbye to begin with.
Well, we'll see when we get there. But the good news is, Louie, that we have some time still. And I'm going to try my best to make it as long and worthwhile as I can for you, okay?
He nods and slowly sits down against the base of this statue that he doesn't even fucking know who this person is.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably some gross religious shit. And he curls into himself a little bit, kind of rigidly holding the back of his head with it bowed into his knees.
Xander's going to wander over and sit with his legs folded under him just beside Louie. And then just very gently reach over and just stroke his head very lightly.
I hate feeling this way. I don't... God, not even words matter right now.
Yeah.
Can I summon all the ghosts from before and fucking kill them again? That sounds great right now. That sounds like great stress relief and well-deserved, stupid fucking men doing these things again and again.
I promise you there will be plenty of opportunity to destroy ghosts.
With you around, I absolutely fucking believe that.
Yeah.
You're fucking attracting to them.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Understood.
Oh. I'm glad I didn't eat dinner.
I cannot say that I'm glad that you did not eat dinner, but I am glad that you don't have to do that.
He finally raises his head enough and just pseudo glares at Xander. There's no ill intent in such a face.
Xander's going to give him a wink.
Jerk.
Yeah. I am the worst.
I don't think I can just be fine after this.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's okay. I will be here for you as much or as little as you would like, or as long or as little as you like within my power, Louie.
Don't you have...
And if you need to kick me, feel free.
You see his right foot just ever so lightly just tap the side of your leg.
As he does that, Xander's going to go, ugh! I hope that was cathartic. If not, feel free to give me another.
He touches his shoulder to Xander's.
Oh. I'm not so sure that you need all that exercise, Louie. Seems you've been putting in the work, getting the gains. And he'll bump Louie's shoulder back.
It looks like he anticipates that to hurt, actually. And then he, like, in the process of being prepared to be hurt, kind of stops and looks at it. Right, it's completely numb, I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, should I just chop it off, or...
Well, that is most certainly an option.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that is the option is another question.
Yeah.
Are you planning on getting a prosthetic, having me grow you a new arm?
I don't want to ruin an arm you give me. It'd be a disservice.
No, Louie. If there's one thing that I can do for you, I would gladly give you an arm.
I don't know, Star.
How about we keep the arm for now and reconvene later?
Yeah, I guess I've got a couple more people to see about it before I lose all faith in it, too.
Well, when you lose all faith, I suppose that's when the shooting stars come in handy. So
Rude. You're gonna... It appears that I'm a little sensitive right now.
Right now. I see. Understood.
Louie just reaches over and flicks Xander's elbow.
Hmm.
I hate you right now.
I know. I could never hate you, though.
I can't say the other thing.
Hmm. It's all right.
So I don't have to kill Bastion?
I wasn't aware that that was something that was going to happen.
Oh, I
So
mean, I've only known adoration through very jealous people, so...
I see. I see.
It's a very learned skill. You might be new at it. It's okay.
Yes, I'm afraid I don't quite understand that one yet. But for what it's worth, I did tell you we were incompatible. Just not in the way that I think you understood that. But I'm not here to take away your joy, so if it would bring you joy to kill Bastion, please don't let me stop you, Louie.
I have no intention.
I
I
didn't
mean,
think
unless
so.
he tries to hurt you, mostly.
Mhm. I feel like he isn't too concerned about that.
Give me a couple of days on the road to lick my wounds a little. And I think I need to talk to everyone before we are in Pentress.
All right. Do you need any help or assistance with that, Louie?
He shakes his head. This isn't exactly fully about you.
Sure.
Rather, I think they need to reassess why they're journeying with us.
I can understand that for sure.
And before we go to Pentress is probably the best place, if any, to make sure they know what they're getting into.
You're right.
But
But
your life and how you lead it, I'm going to say it's your choice on what you tell them.
sure.
It really should be a choice, Xander.
I know.
But that's not my story to tell.
Yeah. Yeah. Part of me wants to say perhaps if I wasn't broken, things would be completely different, but I suppose if I weren't broken, I wouldn't exist. I exist to embody the wound that I am.
Yeah. I get it and I don't.
Mm-hmm. A very Louie answer.
I mean, what can I say? I like the ability to be able to choose at any moment.
Yes.
Even if there might be a high likelihood that there really isn't a choice.
Yeah. I think that is wonderful. That choice. I want to make sure that you continue to be able to make choices that bring you joy, Louie, because that is what you deserve.
Thank you. Louie, out of his pocket, takes the earring that Xander gave him a long time ago, it seems now.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of already, in a way, come true, so you can either choose to take it back or not.
It was a gift for you, Louie, and it may still bring you luck, since your luck is not for you. If you want me to take it back, I will, but what I have given to you, I gave freely, and I want you to keep, if that makes you.
Thank you.
Of course. You are the best friend that I could have possibly made on this planet, Louie. And I'm grateful for that.
Oh, fuck you, Xander.
I've done it again.
Well, it appears there is space for more scars. I just didn't realize it.
Yeah.
And a first. Okay.
Okay.
We're just gonna save the maelstrom together. Bring back Owen. And
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have a lot of fun existing next to you while we both still exist at the same time. Kind of, but not.
Yeah. That sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Sounds like a great Friday thing to do.
Friday.
Yeah, I believe it's Friday now.
Oh.
Or perhaps it's Saturday already. Yeah, probably.
I didn't sleep tonight. This night, that night. I didn't
I
sleep.
see. We've broken your streak, it seems. That one is 100% my fault, and I take full responsibility.
You think I was actually gonna sleep in this fucking place?
Not a chance. But I still feel responsible.
I still fucking hate the gods.
And I do not begrudge you that, Louie.
I don't know how to ask for this.
Would you like a hug? Something else?
In the future, if you feel like you want contact, as long as you don't like surprise me if I don't know you're there or something like that, you can do that. Okay?
Xander is immediately going to turn around and wrap his arms around Louie.
And he's
Understood.
very stock still at first, but will slowly ease into it.
Okay. That sounds good. The same is true for me, Louie.
I think I kind of fucking haven't asked for a while, to be honest.
That is true.
I'm a fucking hypocrite.
Oh, that is quite all right, Louie.
I mean, for a really stupid and very selfish reason of my own, I was hoping for the longest time that you would just anyways, but I didn't know how to talk about it.
Oh, I see. There are several times when I wanted to, but I wanted to respect your personal space and your boundaries.
Thank you.
Of course.
Just try not to freak the others out with it, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose
They're gonna be the weirdest about it.
They like are.
Like I said, people just tend to have extreme emotions around me.
That does seem to be the case, and I assume that I'm actually not an exception, but it just doesn't really change anything because I'm already an extreme emotion.
Very true.
Yeah.
But you're what I wished for.
Thank you, Louie,
Fuck, I'm
for
still
wishing
mad.
for me.
I don't want to be mad.
If I could make you not mad, I would do everything in my power to do that, but I also feel that it is important that you're mad now.
Yeah. Except,
Yeah.
fact is, I'm just mad all the fucking time. And it's
That's
exhausting. True. I don't want to be mad all the time. Everyone's so frustrating and stupid.
Yeah. I understand. And
they do things that are dumb all the time. And there are people dying. And they're just like, la la la, let's go fucking buy booze. And I don't want to take their lives from them and be like, no, this is the only thing you can care about now. Because I can't do that to another person. Like, you know. I mean, it's not the same, but it's important to not do that to people. And I'm terrible at not doing that. At least with words.
Your frustration makes perfect sense, Louie. And I just want you to know that you're not alone. There are no take-backsies on those wishes.
Louie will shift in the hug until he slides down a bit more, and then more so just is mostly curled, like probably with one arm with Xander, and then the rest of his body just kind of on his lap.
Sure.
Besides his legs. He's not very large, so...
Yeah.
And Xander's much larger in comparison to him, so...
Yeah.
But, yeah, he pretty much has adjusted to laying on him.
I'm
just gonna close my eyes for just a little bit.
You can close your eyes for as little or as long as you need. I'll be here when you wake up.
Thank you. And laying down there, Louie looks up at Xander from where he's at. And you can see him debating on something, and then he reaches his left hand up and just gently touches the side of Xander's face, just moving his thumb against his cheekbone, smiling, and then curling in a sense where he brings his right arm in closest to his chest and then sort of doubles his left arm over, and he's kind of a fetal position sleeper, let's be honest.
Sure.
But
Xander will smile back at Louie as he does that, and his eyes will crinkle.
Just a very genuine smile in response to Xander's, and he'll close his eyes and probably fall asleep. And I don't think he has nightmares that night.
Good. Xander will look up at the sky, look back down at Louie, watching over him, and he'll just smile and watch over him until he wakes up like he promised.
And that is the end of our maybe longest yes please ever for tonight.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you everyone for listening. We love you very much, and we'll see you for Check Please.